Good morning. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am a state senator from District 34 down here in York County. And this morning, we are meeting. Today's session is actually going to be all YouTube in terms of viewers, and that there's no interaction between anyone other than the committee itself and those presenting this morning. We have a presentation from the Department of Education, and it's relative to the technical education centers throughout our state, and specifically we're going to talk about the funding. Before we get into that section, I'd like to interview our committee members, and my co-chair is Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Good morning. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodsum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Woodsum, Senate District 33 in York County.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Good morning. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which is Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Morning, Sheila Lyman. I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, part of Livermore, and I'm here in Augusta. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Representative Dave McCray, representing the District 148 up here in the county. And we have that kind of almost like not a smog inversion, but a fog inversion. It's eerie. But anyway, it's making the snow melt away, so that's a good thing. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning. Representative Tim Roach, District 7 Wells, more like London this morning here.
Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. From the dreary state capital of Augusta, I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County. And currently, we're experiencing a really good sap flow on the eve of May Maple Weekend. So things are looking up despite the fog.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Ed Crockett, coming to you from my damp cellar in beautiful North Daring part of Portland. Also represent part of Felton.
Thank you. Let's hope that dampness goes away for you, sir. From the Department of Ed this morning, we have three presenters, Ida, Joanne, and Tyler. And before doing so, Representative Roach with a question, sir.
Thank you, Senator Raphael. I just think it'd be worth mentioning that many people are having some internet issues, so it's in and out. We had no power all morning here in Wells, but I know a lot of people, Representative Stearns and others have talked. There's a lot of internet issues, so if you see it in and out, that might be the reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Roach, and I'm sure we'll call you for some tech help. I'm going to welcome the department at this time, and folks, you have the floor. Thank you very much for being here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That was quite a trip through the tunnel. I had a little trouble orienting myself. I'm Joanne Allen. I'm the Director of School Finance and Operations for the Department of Education.
We're happy to be here this morning. We're going to tell you everything that you need to know about CTE funding so that as you work your bills, and here's some new ones that I see in the bill queue this session, this will hopefully help you. And we are always open to questions even after this presentation, so don't feel like this is a one and done. As Sam mentioned, I'm employing an old teaching tool taught to me by a former deputy commissioner and superintendent, Ray Poulin, that you never give the handouts before you present the information because people will read ahead, they'll doodle, and they won't pay attention. So we're going to withhold from you until afterwards, and then we'll have Sam send those out, and they'll also be posted on our website should anyone want to review the handouts. The other thing I will say is I have taken attendance. So for those that aren't here, they won't get to ask any questions ever. Only those of you that are in attendance will have that ability. So before I turn it over to Tyler and Ida, I'm gonna set the stage a little bit. One of the things that I want to make sure everyone's clear about are the differences between the two types of CTE schools. So we tend to paint CTE schools sort of with the same brush and say CTE centers. They're not all centers and they have distinct differences. A CTE center is affiliated and often next door or a wing of a high school. I've upset a few CTE directors in my day when I say that CTE centers are programs of the high school, but that's really what they are, secondary programs at the high school. So the funding flows to the school unit that they're part of. Think of Portland. So when we send a subsidy check, the CTE subsidy is all part of the Portland subsidy check. The Portland School Department is the fiscal agent. They do all the bookkeeping, all the accounting for the CTE center. A CTE region is a standalone. They're their own fiscal entity. However, they are not a school administrative unit. Okay, CTE centers are part of school administrative units. CTE regions are not school administrative units. They're standalone facilities. They have their own director, centers do as well, but CTE regions need to have fiscal support. So they either need to have their own business office or they need to contract with someone else to do that. Some of them will run a transportation program and go pick up the kids from the sending schools. Those situations are few and far between, but it's important to remember that they are a standalone entity and they are not operationally quite the same as a CTE center. So that's the extent of my knowledge. I'm going to turn you over to the professionals. My job this morning is to sort of keep you all in line, keep you on track. Ida and Tyler will get into the weeds, which is not my expertise at all. They are comfortable with taking questions as we go. Should we not be able to answer something, we will get back to you. Okay, so I'm going to turn you over to Tyler Backus. He's the school finance team leader, and away we go.
Good morning. So as Joanne said, I'm the school finance and compliance team coordinator. And so I do have Ida Batista here. And actually, so I'll give a moment. Ida, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Ida Batista. I'm also part of the school finance team. I've been with the department for 5 years. And prior to that, I had a long run at MEPRI. I was at MEPRI for about 10 years.
So what I'll know, so I'll do the actual presenting of the slides. And then if the question is a little bit too much into the weeds, I'm gonna ask Ida to kind of jump in. Ida is really the one, with team support to work through what MEPRI provided to us, and then really make the model what it is today. So I'm gonna make sure I share the correct screen. Okay. So you guys should be able to see the CTE funding model front slide. So we are going to talk about the CTE funding model this morning. And And let's see. Okay. So we always do like to start our presentations out with something a little bit more not so in the weeds. And so as we know, a pleasant musing before we delve in. Not as humorous as a cat filter lawyer, but pleasant. So the current CTE funding model has been around since 2019. It was based on the recommendations from a 2017 MEPRI report that we do have located on our website. The recommendations were based on long-term work with the CTE stakeholder group that was comprised of CTE directors. It had superintendents, business managers, and state board of ed members. And then in addition to prior analytical model, a proposed model that from 2010 review work that was done. The present model is a cost model. So it's based on the cost of the number and types of programs offered and program enrollment counts within a given CTE. The change in models was made to address the challenges that expenditure basis created a 2-year lag in funding. So always looking back those 2 years and its limitations, such as the availability of resources to spend. So we definitely had some units that were able to spend more because they had higher local resources. So the prior model was expenditure driven model, and so what we're trying to do is increase equity. This model is more aligned with the main EPS, so the rest of our EPS model that we have. And similar to the EPS model, the CTE model is used to distribute funds based on adequate resources to achieve learning standards and does not dictate how or what resource decisions are made by CTE school administrations. So given the newness in the model in FY19, identifying gaps and misalignments and providing opportunities to allow CTEs to converge toward model amounts, the model has been evolving. We have added components to the model, such as substitutes. Legislative funds have been added, and a transition period through fiscal year 2023 has been added to the hold harmless component. To assess and address some areas of misalignment, MEPRI is reviewing the new model components, as well as surveying CTE directors this winter that will inform future evolution of the current model. To determine areas of focus in this review, an ongoing CTE work group comprised of CTE directors, superintendents, MSMA, and DOE to determine areas of concern, which include the per pupil amount for supplies, student enrollment, teacher ratios, operation, maintenance, and plan. The hold harmless provides for CTEs that are spending over the current cost model as compared to the previous expenditure model, an allocation that recognizes expenditures over the model amount. Some reasons why schools don't align with the model are local only debt and small class sizes. For example, aquaculture, 2 students, conservation, 3 students, hospitality, 4 students, forestry, 4 students as examples. The transition period limits the amount of time that over model expenditures will be recognized and provides for a gradual decrease in the amount of over the model expenditure amounts to be allocated. This has allowed us to gradually increase the allocation amounts for CTEs with expenditures under the model from 5% to 30% up to the model amount. The transition period ends in fiscal year 2023, and there are 3 fewer schools receiving a transition adjustment in fiscal year 22 than are currently in fiscal year 21.
Let's explain why that's important.
Yep.
Why those numbers are going down is because the model is able to recognize more costs and the schools are aligning better with that model. So this has been something that you all have probably heard from your constituents about, some of you anyway. But this does tell me and my team, I believe, that the model is doing what it's supposed to do. The hold harmless has really sort of been the fly in the ointment. So that's making it hard to make the progress that we hope to make, but I think it's working. Might be a good time for any questions. Everybody okay so far?
Oh, I just saw 2 hands go up. So
Can't find myself to unmute. I did see the hands go up. Now I can't find them. I don't see them.
I can just take over, Senator, if you like.
Oh, if you don't mind, because I'm seeing like 4 people at a time and then I'm searching. So sure, if you want to.
I saw Representative Salisbury first, so.
Thank
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Can you go back to the part about the hold harmless, and if I'm understanding this correctly, so the goal is, I think what you were saying was that they're getting allocated money, but which is different than what they're actually spending, and there's a piece in there saying that that wouldn't change until fiscal year 23. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. This is hard. So I'm gonna start out, and then Ida's probably and Tyler are probably gonna have to pull me out, but this is okay.
Okay.
The hold harmless is something that we've used in other components of the EPS model when it was newer. And what it was designed to do was to protect the schools against adverse impacts of a new model and sort of phase them into the new model. And so where CTE was an expenditure-driven model before, you spent it, 2 years later, you got it back in an inflated amount. Some schools were able to spend more than other schools. So when we transition to a cost model, that moves money around because the schools that are underspending and don't quite have the ability to ramp up their spending for whatever reasons do well in this type of model because the model pushes more resources at them. But the schools that were already spending a lot because they were able to, for whatever reason, did not fare as well. So what we're trying to do is protect them and ease them into a way to align themselves better with the model or look at some other alternatives. Schools, CTE schools still have the ability to raise additional locals, so to speak, as they do in the regular EPS model. So the hold harmless has been an interesting point of conversation in the committee with its constituents, and it's gone through some changes. And last year the committee said, look, let's stop, changing it from holding it harmless to the old model, holding it harmless to the prior year. Let's get on a path and say that in 3 years, we will phase this out, and sort of gave the department the ability to, the commissioner, how to look at that and how to go about phasing it out and aligning better with the model. So our approach to that is twofold. We're ramping up the gainers, the people that benefit from the model, giving them a little bit more, pushing down the folks, recognizing a little less for the ones in their actual expenditures. And then MEPRI's looking at the model again and are going to have some recommendations over the summer. Does that help you at all?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm speaking from, the perspective of Westbrook. So, we're big spenders there. So I'm sure that I'm wondering what some of the unintended consequences are going to be for some of these districts that do have a lot of spending, related to their CT or they're going to have to adjust quite a bit over these next few years.
Our approach on that has been to help them understand where they're overspending. So for example, we have one CTE region that has some local only debt. And I think understanding that, helping their voters understand that, hey, this is why we don't line up to the model. This is when our local only commitment ends, and then we'll be fine because we align very well in the other model components that you'll hear about this morning: instruction, administration, etc. So part of it is understanding. I'm very familiar with Westbrook and your director, and the school's been able to do some things that other schools haven't been able to do. And I know that your director will talk to us and try to understand, you know, where they don't align and work it out appropriately. So we're very open to those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands.
No,
So
and the other hand went down, so.
I must have said something that Representative Stearns liked. Awesome.
So, all right, so onto the funding level. So current CTE funding allocation highest since, so it's the highest since its implementation of the current model. FY19 CTE funding allocations first year of the present model was 53.5 million. And funding has increased in total by 4.6 million since FY19. These are base funds, the minimum essential amount needed, that are exclusively for CTE use, paid 100% by the state and paid directly to the CTE regions or the SAUs that operate the CTE center for all their local and satellite programs. For CTEs that have satellite programs administered on behalf of the CTE school at another SAU, the CTE is responsible for sending the necessary funds needed to operate the program, as discussed between the two parties, to the hosting satellite SAU. Given that CTE's budget needs may be greater than the state-based allocation, any other source revenues that CTEs raise are not factored into the model or affect the model allocation amount. It is hard to isolate CTE revenue, especially in CTE centers. However, based on FY20 expenditure data, not including capital or equipment expenditures, CTEs expended 58.5 million, 94.3% of which were from the general fund state, of which is the 53.7 million, and local assessments and possible carryover for 1.5 million, with the remaining 5.7% funds being from state grants, federal funds, local private funds, and enterprise funds. With the enactment of the new model, 2 statutory changes were made. One requires that any GPA funds allocated to CTE must remain with CTE. This means that the SAU with the CTE Center cannot use any GPA allocation for CTE that remains unspent for any other purposes. The other change was that CTE schools may no longer charge tuition for main students, as all SAUs support CTE schools via the mill expectation. Finally, CTE schools with cost-sharing agreements between their member entities retain the ability to assess for costs above the EPS model, sort of like the additional local funds in the pre-K to 12 funding formula. Just pausing for a second, but let me go back to
Question from Senator Woodson.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Could you go back, Tyler, over the statement you just made about CTEs not charging tuition from schools? What I didn't quite understand what you're saying there. Maybe you didn't say that, but
well, so prior to this model, to the current model that we're using for CTE, the CTE center or regions could charge up to 1/3 of the tuition rate for CTE programming. And so when we implemented the cost-based model, we removed that section of law. So and if it would be helpful, we do actually have a couple of, and so let me see if I can get out of here and I can switch over and I'll show one of the infographics. We actually created 2 infographics. So let's stop sharing that.
While you're doing that, Tyler, Senator Woodson, so before, when we were on the expenditure-based model, CTE had a state and local share. If you think about the ED 279 subsidy report, the CTE allocation appeared on page 3, just like special ed, transportation. So there was a state and local share to that. When the cost model was enacted and there was a desire to put more money towards CTEs, it was decided to make CTE 100% state funded, like the regular PK to 12 EPS model. So what the EPS model calculates is what the state was going to participate in 100%. So we took away the state and local share of that. So that means that the mill expectation supports that in the distribution side of the formula. So every school unit, a portion of their required local share helps support CTE. So that's why the tuition was taken out of statute, because everyone's already paying for their student to go to a CTE school through the mill expectation. And that was also thought that opening that up might allow more school units to not that anyone would not allow a student to go to CTE, but it was thought that it might make it easier if a school unit didn't have to pay tuition to open up the schedule for their students to go to CTE. So.
Now, does that mean, is there a difference? Are we talking differences in regional and centers?
Nope.
The difference? No, it's all the same.
All the same.
Okay.
That time it's all the same.
Yeah.
So we'll send these to you as well. But so we did include the statutory change that happened to the tuition law down at the bottom. So you can see where through legislation, the ability to charge that 1/3 was removed down at the bottom. And then we're just trying to graphically show that change. And so you can see, and so we actually ended up using Vassalboro as an example. So they get state funding and local funding to pay for their instruction. And then, so for their students, for this particular example, we ended up using Waterville as the CTE center that they may send their students to, and then showing 3 different options where their students may receive their regular ed instruction. So they might go to Waterville, in which case Waterville for the regular ed portion of their instruction would get that 2/3 tuition rate. They could go to Winslow, and that would be an option in which Winslow doesn't operate the CTE school, but they could go there for the regular ed instruction, or they could attend Erskine Academy as a private school option. And so in any one of these 3 options, those schools would get, and if that student is attending a CTE center, whether it be Waterville or maybe Augusta, but in any one of those scenarios, whichever one they attend will get 2/3 of tuition rate. And under the old model, Waterville for the CTE instruction could have charged up to 1/3 of the tuition rate to Vassalboro. So that is no longer in statute. So that's the part of statute that was removed. And in return, what we did is we are providing this direct state funding that's over here on this side. And so we did kind of, we tried to cost it out on the sense of comparing it to what's in the 279 model. So So we did that as well. And so when we look at here, we have the operating allocation on a per pupil basis. And then we split out the state and local share based on the percentage on page 5. And so you can see for those students where that money's coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Oh, and I think Representative McCray had his hand up first, if I remember correctly.
You're on mute.
Yep, you're on mute, Representative.
I thought I was doing well. Sorry about that. I think I've got this straight, but my local school district does not have a CTE center or region. So we send our students, our CTE students, to a center. Now, I do understand that the local community, my district, must raise a certain mill rate in order to be eligible to be able to do additional local dollars. What I don't understand is, it's my understanding that we do not send any money to the center. I don't know if we should or if we shouldn't, but I don't think we do. But what I don't understand is when you said that because the local districts are already raising the mill rate, they are helping pay for the CTE center.
Yep.
And there's something that, I'm not an accountant, but I know just enough about it to confuse myself.
So don't think about it district by district, Representative McCray. When I say that, I'm saying it statewide. So when we calculate the total cost of education, that includes everything that's on the 279, everything that's on the purple sheet, things that just have 100% state share, like state agency clients, CTE. And when we calculate that total cost of education, so we get $2.3 billion, and then we say the state's going to put in 1.2, and then the locals are going to put in the balance, we set a mill expectation that generates that local required share statewide. Okay, so think about it that way.
Good
so
there.
Because you've got a mill expectation for FY22 of 7.9,
right,
that everybody in the state must raise, in theory, other conversation. Included in that is this full support at the state level for CTE. So if I calculated it out or asked Tyler to, we could probably say, maybe 0.1 of the mill expectation goes to pay for CTE. I don't know, but just as an example.
Yeah.
So it's okay that your school district doesn't raise additional local for CTE. That's actually great. That means your CTE center is figuring it out without requesting money for whatever reason. So that's perfectly okay. That
Okay.
help a little?
That's in keeping with what I have been told and have partially understood, and that helps. Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Oh, thank you, Joanne. Going back to the model or the slide that Tyler had up regarding Waterville, Winslow, Erskine was a great slide. And is it safe to say that Winslow and Erskine are on the exact same footing in that they each receive 2/3 subsidy, those school systems, for a student that's going to the CTE? That's what it looked like from that chart.
Yeah, so they would, whether we're talking, well, in fact, whether we're talking Erskine, Winslow, or Waterville, it actually wouldn't matter for any one of those three. And so that was kind of what we're trying to illustrate. It doesn't matter for any one of those three that they would be charging 2/3 of the tuition rate for the regular ed instruction, for them attending high school.
And a quick follow-up would be, I assume that as they see the data, they get very good at, when they're doing their budgets, very good at predicting how many students will be attending the CTE program.
I do think that's a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, thanks.
Representative Dodge?
Thank you very much. Remaining on this slide or diagram, could you now please just quickly apply the discussion that we were having last week about the rebates that occur to the detriment of the academies in this scenario, please? Thank you.
So what I will tell you is that in Maine, we have folks that like to do things differently, and everyone handles this differently, okay? So I believe that Mr. McQuarrie from Erskine said that Erskine charges the reduced rate right up front to their sending schools. So there is no rebating. You would need to speak to the Saco School Department, I think, to ask them how that works as far as Thornton charging them the full tuition rate up front and then sending them money back. I don't know. We don't keep track of those things at the department. They all have their own arrangements, and it might be a little different with Thornton and Saco because there's a tuition contract there. And I'm not sure if there's one existing between Erskine and all their other sending schools. So there are some nuances there that I don't think that we as a department can speak to about what's happening with rebating or any of that.
Yet a follow-up, Mr. Chair, wherever you are, is that possible? Yet, I'm just going to go for it. Yet it's in those nuances that we, I believe, as an education committee, are having some difficulty with our understanding. And so from whom could we get not necessarily a narrow application of the rebate situation, but a broad overview of the rebate situation with the private academies so that we get a picture of who's being hurt and who's making it okay? Where do I go for that information, please, on a broad scale?
Well, I almost think that we would have to do some sort of surveying of each of those situations because otherwise you'd be cherry picking. You know, I could certainly say, reach out to the Saco School Department, the superintendent and the business manager, and ask them to come to work session. But we have a lot of these situations. We have Freiburg and, you know, the center in Bridgeton. So we have a lot of those situations out there, and they'll be different.
So in that quest, could that diagram be distributed to the private academy person who might be requested to attend a work session, asking specifically for them to address, here's how the rebate situation works within this diagram for our academy? And short of that, there doesn't seem to be an easy way to get at it. But I had a constituent, well, not a constituent, but a contact about also the sort of double dipping, why local folks might say, I'm already paying for the CTE through this avenue. Now I'm also paying because there's additional money. So at some point, I hope that might be addressed a bit too, so that we'll be able to answer our the questions that are directed to us. Thank you very much.
I mean, this is a public document. We can certainly, you know, it'll be on our website. You could certainly ask the private academies. I would also say that you might ask the public schools that are paying to those private to see how it works. And, you know, as we had the testimony from Thornton the other day, I think that might be a good example to see if speaking with Saco.
All right. Hopefully it didn't close. Okay. So, and again, we do like pictures and we love pie. So we included another slice of pie here. So for those new, this is the proverbial EPS pie, which illustrates the state and local shares. For FY22, the total cost of education is 2.385 billion, with the state share being 1.236 billion, calculated with a 7.9 mill rate. Within the state share is the 58.1 million, or 4.695% of state share, slice of pie reserved for CTEs and paid for by all taxpayers. There are three primary inputs for the CTE funding model. So the first of those is the attending CTE student enrollment as of October 1st for both the school and program. A 3-year average is used to smooth out spikes and dips. Number two, we use any new split or unsuspended program application and notifications have to be completed and submitted to main DOE CTE team by October 15th. And number three, any additional or removed instructional space, square footage measurements needed to be reported to the school finance team by November 30th. And specifically, IDA will collect that data from the CTE directors. These components are needed to calculate preliminary CTE funding allocations for the following fiscal year. So the data is from the fall. So when we calculated the fiscal year 22 funding allocations, that was the data from fall of 2021. The CTE model calculation is very data driven, and until the model is settled, hopefully in fiscal year 2024, as the transition period will have ended and the MEPRI recommendations for the improvements will be available. The model is calculated manually. Once the model is finalized, DOE will be able to program and create more robust reporting for CTE schools. There are 5 components that are included in the CTE funding model. The model calculates funding for instruction to include transportation from the CTE school to any work sites, central administration, so that's our CTE director, and could include the business office for CTE regions. It also includes operation and maintenance of plant, supplies, and student and staff supports. So we'll go over what's included in these components in the following slides. But first, we're going to mention what's outside of the model. So the shown items are outside of the scope of the CTE model because of the variability and choices that can be made for these items that could never be adequately reflected in a model. Federal funds provide equipment support, as do funds appropriated separately in GPA and in the Learning Systems account. CTE schools are eligible to receive funds for capital construction under the major capital programs, as well as funds for renovations under the revolving renovation fund. For fiscal year 20, as an example, CTE spent approximately $3.4 million on equipment, 36% from state grant funds, 23% from general fund, which we do not include in the hold harmless, and 22% from federal funds, and the rest from a combination of capital, local, or enterprise funds. Within instruction is included. So first we have teachers. So the teacher FTE is designated by program based on the number of students in the program. A model FTE for teachers was developed by MEPRI that designates FTE based on student count. If the CTE program has 12 or less students, we allocate 0.5 FTEs. 13 to 21 is 1 FTE. Up to 80 or more students is 3 FTEs. Once FTE is calculated, FTE is multiplied by the model teacher salary value. For fiscal year 22, the teacher salary value is $55,725.51 per 1 FTE. This value is based on the state average EPS teacher. MEPRI explored using the EPS salary matrix for teachers based on education level and years of experience with CTE teachers. However, CTE teachers' educational levels were different and did not fit the matrix. Benefits 19% of salaries, which is consistent with pre-K to 12 EPS models, non-CTE. For edtechs were recommended for 19 specific programs, and FTE is based on program enrollment. 12 or less, we allocate one half of an FTE, and 13 or more is 1 FTE, except for diversified occupations program, which gets 1 FTE edtech per 27 students. All CTEs are guaranteed a minimum of at least 1 FTE per school. The FTE EdTech salary is $21,756 per FTE, with 36% for benefits, consistent with the pre-K to 12 EPS model, non-CTE. So that's those salaries and the benefits that we are providing are the same that we would see in section 1 of the ED 279. And so clinical supervisors are needed for 5 specific programs and are funded at a rate of $2,857 per 8 students. So for central administration, we designate 1 FTE director per school with a salary value of $89,771 per FTE for fiscal year 22. Assistant directors are designated based on school size for schools with 250 to 349 students. A half an FTE is allocated, and for schools with 350 or more students, a full FTE is allocated with a salary range of $73,612 per FTE. Business managers are allocated at 1 FTE for CTE regions, only with a salary value of $58,088 per FTE. Clerical staff is allocated 1 FTE per 245 students with a salary value of $35,499 per FTE. Benefits are 14% of salaries for all except clerical, which is 29%. Again, this is consistent with the EPS model for pre-K to 12. All other central administration costs currently are allocated at 16% of central administration salaries and benefits. For operation maintenance of plants, so this area is highly scrutinized in the model for O&M. This is self-reported data that may not be consistent across CTE schools as to what is included or not included in the measurement. Outdoor programming space, so thinking of playgrounds or agricultural lands, as a couple of examples. Or how space is measured. Think buildings footprints versus each individual room. Additionally, CTE directors have brought up other items to the management of O&M that are not factored into the square footage and influence O&M costs, such as the age of the building, heating systems, shared spaces and utilities, grounds care. For fiscal year 22, the O&M value is $5.67 per square foot. This is one of the components on which MEPRI is focusing during its current review. For supplies, supplies are allocated out in the model by program and by program student. The program supply amount in fiscal year 22 ranged from $686 in cooperative education to $14,015 in culinary arts. Many programs are allocated at the general program supply amount of $6,512 per program. Additionally, $72 per program student was added to the program supply amount. This is one of the components on which MEPRI is focusing during its current review. Student and staff supports. So guidance FTE was allocated at 1 FTE for CTEs with 349 students or less, or 1.5 FTEs for CTEs with 350 or more students. Each CTE was allocated 1 FTE coordinator. For both guidance counselors and coordinators, the salary value is $57,245 per 1 FTE in fiscal year 22 with 19% benefits. The FY22 per pupil support amount ranged from $22 to $112. So for technology, it's $112. Co-curricular is $43. Professional development, $22. Safety, $42. Assessment, $62. Program transportation from CTE schools to worksite at present is actual expenditures inflated. So this is an area where we're looking at the expenditures from 2 years ago and then inflating it. Once this last component is calculated, all components for a CTE are added together for the total model amount. Then hold harmless is calculated, comparing the model amount to the most current actual expenditures inflated for comparability. We do exclude tuition, equipment, school transportation, construction, debt service, food service, and fund transfers from expenditures when calculating hold harmless. We add new programs allocations after hold harmless, since there would not be expenditures associated with them. By February 1st of the calendar year, a general fiscal year CTE allocation sheet, including all CTEs, is made available, as well as individual CTE school sheets with more detail on CTE allocations. These can be located at the Maine Department of Education School Funding EPS page for the given fiscal year. And so that's the end of our presentation. And here's each of our contacts within the school finance team. We don't include Joanne because you don't want to ask her anyway, so.
I don't know anything. I'm wondering, Tyler, if it might be helpful to go out on the webpage and show the committee an example of one of the SAUs of the sheets that the detail sheets Ida's done, so that they can see this calculation and then they can go look for their own constituents. Because that was a lot of information, and sometimes the visual that goes with that might be helpful.
So you would go to our webpage and then do the funding drop down and then the school funding GPA. And then essential programs and services. So I guess we'll pull up Augusta because it's right here, or it's right where the Capitol is, so. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Ida, do you want to describe the sheet?
Sure. So I tried to give on the very top here, just sort of the general sort of, if you will, the bottom line. So the total model amount, the inflated expenditures, the calculated allocation. So the calculated allocation is what is considered after we look at hold harmless. Any new programs, the amount allocated there, and then the final grand total of the allocation. And that's usually the calculated allocation plus the new programs. And then what I've done is sort of broken it up by those 5 component areas. So A is instruction, B is central admin, C is operation and maintenance, D supplies, and E is student and staff support. And at the bottom, I try to, just for transparency, list the program zip codes that were included. So that way people know, or if by some chance I've made a mistake, they could say, well, you made a mistake and should have included or excluded something. So, but each of these individual components within the, or each item has a line. So trying to sort of make it very clear to them what's included and what's not included.
And it also shows, doesn't it, Ida, how they line up to their actual, the allocation to their actual spending, right? Yeah.
In some cases, yeah. So if we look at here in instructions for teachers, what they actually have is 17 teachers for Augusta. It shows their actual salaries based on their staff data. And this shows what the model would give them, the EPS teacher amount. So the model says that they should have 15.5 teachers and the salary. And then we we're trying to, in this case, we're trying to replicate an ED 279, which a superintendent is very aware of and clear of. So we tried to replicate that. Essentially here it says like they have more staff than what the model says. So we adjust the salary, but to get to this adjusted salary amount is essentially you could take 15.5, multiply it by 55,725 and 51 cents, and you'll get that 863,000 and change there. So we do try to give them information so that they can start looking to see where there may be misalignment. And many of them, if they're unclear, call me up and I will walk them through or create a document to just sort of help them see in the bigger areas where they're off.
And just like in the regular ed EPS model, this doesn't say just because this center has chosen to have 17 teachers instead of the 15.5, the model doesn't say that that's wrong. You can spend your money the way that you want. In this instance, you just have to keep it within CTE. And you might look down and see that this, I'm pointing at the screen, which of course you can't see. You'll see that this center has more, the EPS model gives them more in ed tech. So even though the EPS model gives them less money in teachers, it's pushing more in ed tech. So they do have salary amounts to play with there that might better align to their actual spending. So there is some flexibility here. Representative McCray, I see your hand.
You're muted, Senator, Representative.
So many things to look at. Anyway, so just like with the ED 279s, you have a model. It says you should have this many school nurses per staff, per district because of size. Same thing with teaching staff, same thing with classroom size, student population. It gives a certain amount to the school, and how they choose to spend it is not dictated by the state. This is your baseline. This is what you get according to the factors that we have put in and the limits on those. So it's the same for CTEs as with regular school districts, yes?
Correct.
Okay, good. I'm going to stop. Thank you.
What else might be helpful? Have we given you all just enough to spin your heads around?
It is spinning.
Oh, I see Representative Stearns.
Yes, before I lose the chance, I just want to thank the entire team for the presentation this morning. This is a little bit new to me, as it's a fairly recent switch to the model, but you've clarified many things, and there's a lot of work by a lot of people over many years that have gone into this. So thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. And I'd like you all to give Ida a round of applause. She is the one that does this by hand. I do not know how she can do this. We are very much looking forward to the recommendations from MEPRI this year, getting some consensus with the committee and moving forward into something that we can actually program for the directors. So I think Representative Salisbury, did I see you?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to echo also what Representative Stearns was saying, that as a new legislator, certainly my head was spinning about 10 minutes. And anytime we talk about the EPS formula, I'm like, it's all new, but I can appreciate the hard work that went into this. And I appreciate the information, certainly, and the history behind all that. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
So I'm going to stop sharing.
Senator Dodge, or Representative Dodge.
Yes, thank you very much. So to take us to the next step or two, as we talk about CTE funding from source X, Y, and Z, will there be folks who will help us to understand if these funds come from here, here's how they'll be distributed and applied in a fair and equitable manner? These folks do grant applications on a local level. They've met some funding needs in this way. This is where I'm also struggling, because we're approving a lot of money for CTEs, I hope, but I'm not sure that I feel comfortable that the needs of each individual program and school will be met by a general funding bill or whatever. So at some point before we recommend approval of some of those funds, will we be able to call on you to help us understand how those needs will be met in a fair way? I hope you understand my question. Thank you.
Let me give it a shot. So I'm not sure. Tyler has done a little bit of work with the federal teams for the new federal money coming to the department, and has seen some of the applications. I'm not sure what is being asked for in CTE there. So what you might wish to do is reach out to our ledge team, to Chelsea, Fort and Trimble, and ask her if, there's a possibility that there could be a little presentation focused on CTE funds within that group of funding. About the only thing I can think of that we might be able to do is give you an example of what some actual spending looks like for a CTE school based on the financial data they submit. So we could say they have spent this much in state money, federal money, other money that comes into them. The other thing, though, to keep in mind from a policy perspective are those things that are not included in the model. And I think you will hear a lot from CTE directors about their equipment needs. And when we think about the CTE equipment, it's not inexpensive. So I think from a policy perspective, that might definitely be an area to think about. I know the needs are real for some of these schools, and it's, as I said, mind-boggling expensive. So Representative Crockett, I saw you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Allen. First, I want to assure Representative Dodge that she is not the only one who is very confused based on our meetings last week with respect to the private academies and how this was all tied in. Because I'll be the first to admit, my understanding was that Saco wasn't an isolated incident. It was across all of them, but now we hear Erskine has a different model, and we definitely need some better understanding before we, I think, make decisions on that bill. On this discussion today, incredibly dense, incredibly good. I'm not sure when the head will stop spinning, frankly, but I appreciate all the work, certainly, that Ida and Tyler and everybody is doing, because I don't know if it can get any more complex than it is. But thank you.
Senator Rafferty, would you like your committee back?
Not yet. These questions are tough. But it is confusing, which, it lends us to a greater thanks and appreciation for Ida's work and all of your ability to understand it. So it's awesome of each and every one of you. So thank you, number one. Your comments relative to the equipment issues, and that's a tough one. So those, I guess that's totally dependent on the local school at this point.
Well, there are some funding streams that help support that. So in GPA, on the purple sheet, we have $2 million for equipment grants. Those equipment grants are administered by the CTE team. So I think you've heard from Jeanette Kirk and Dwight Littlefield. They administer those funds. There's also another $2 million in the learning systems account, also for equipment. There's the Carl Perkins federal money, which I know just enough here to be probably confusing, so I'll direct you back to the CTE team, but there is a portion of that that goes for equipment as well as PD, professional development, and I think there's something else. So, but there is that as well. Some CTE schools are extremely fortunate and have some relationships with some businesses in their community, and they are able to leverage some equipment. Many of the stories that I've heard have to do with heavy equipment, dump trucks, those sorts of things. So there is that. So there are various ways. The CTE directors are extremely creative and are not shy about asking for what they need. And they do have some very good relationships in the business communities.
Thank you. And one last question for me. In terms of, is there a minimum number of students that you folks would recommend being in a program, or is that completely up to that CTE?
That's completely up to them. The model bases an allocation on a certain, number of students per teacher. I think it's probably very hard for someone to deny a student an opportunity. And if it means running a program with one student, I'm sure they don't want to deny that opportunity for the student. Is that cost effective? Probably not. But is it important? Could be. So that's a complete local decision.
Thank you, folks, very much. If all the questions are done, I'll take it back. Oh, really? Anyone have any other questions? Folks, again, thank you and kudos to all the work and effort you put into this. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Have a good
and
day.
We'll get those handouts to Sam shortly.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hillary, I know you popped up for a reason.
Well, I'm just hoping to make sure we have a couple language reviews we wanted to get done before you broke for lunch today, if that is amenable to the committee. These will be a little bit easier than the presentation you heard, I promise. So the first one I want to do is actually on LD 70. And this was a bill back from the beginning of March, actually, that had Representative Justin Fecto's bill, which was an act to allow a parent or guardian of a student who has been affected by COVID-19 to keep the student in the student's current grade level. And what you will probably remember from this bill is at the time it was voted at the work session in committee, the committee had unanimously voted and ought not to pass, but with a letter to the Department of Education, which you reviewed and was sent a couple weeks ago. However, subsequently to that vote, Representative Sampson, who was not present for the work session, had voted an ought to pass, which does make it a divided report. And so there was a fiscal note associated with her report, which basically just indicates that there's no significant cost to schools, assuming that principals and superintendents will use cost as one of the criteria in determining a school's ability to accommodate such requests. I did send that fiscal note by email to Representative Sampson and actually just touched base with her this morning before we got started. So I know she's not here, but she knows about it. But I did just want to make sure that the committee knew that that is now a divided report with a minority report of ought to pass as amended to incorporate a fiscal note. The second one I'd like to do is LD 281, and I'm going to share my screen really quickly. This is the bill regarding, can you see my screen? Yes, okay, yeah. Great. So this is the bill regarding directing the Department of Education to develop a program to address student achievement gaps. And as I was drafting this one, I just really quickly wanted to make sure that I captured everything. So the committee had gone back and forth a little bit. And so this majority report was to create a resolve directing the Department of Education to develop a program to address student achievement gaps to be implemented through essential programs and services based on race and income, including the development of appropriate metrics, eligibility requirements, and recommended funding levels for fiscal year 2022-23. And that the Department of Education shall also conduct an analysis on the effectiveness of current funding that is available through essential program and services related to student achievement gaps, provide any recommendations on how to improve existing funding. And that the Department of Education has to report back to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs no later than January 15, 2022, on that program that was developed, the analysis conducted, and any recommendations developed pursuant to Section 1, including any suggested legislation. And that the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee may submit legislation related to the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in that. You will see this again when we get a fiscal note, but if I missed anything, now's the time to tell me. I'm not hearing anything, so looks good. Great. And I believe Sam Seneft also has a quick language review for you as well.
I do. So two things really quickly. I'm going to share my screen here. So the first one, and I did send this out this morning, so I just wanted to explain this. So this is LD 453, which should be familiar. We just worked it earlier this week. So after the committee voted on this, there was some subsequent discussions between the sponsor, Representative Newell, and the AG's office about the language that had come up from the AG's office and that the committee ultimately, the majority voted for. So the issue, and I think it's a small thing, is this language here that I put in turquoise. Sorry, the colors are a little blinding, but so the yellow is the amended language, the original amended language, and this blue here is the recommended change from the AG's office and from the sponsor. The concern here was that this language, that if the aforementioned tribal governments do not make a recommendation or a unanimous joint recommendation, was a little vague. The concern being that, so what does that mean? Does that mean, what if there's not a unanimous recommendation, but there's a recommendation? So how is that handled? What if two people are recommended? What does the governor do then? So the recommendation that was then agreed upon was that we should strike this a recommendation and just have it be unanimous joint recommendation, which makes it clear as to how the governor should be expected to proceed. And just so the committee's aware, there's two other bills, one in Marine and one in IF&W that has actually identical language. And both of those committees are looking to make this change as well so that everybody is uniform. I did confirm that Representative Newell was good with this change, as was the AG's office, but I'm bringing it back to the committee. I think it can be handled in language review if the committee is amenable to that change.
Any questions on that? Looks good.
Okay. And then the other one is, so this is LD 440. This is a, sorry, I actually linked the preliminary. I meant to link the final. The final is the same. It's $100,000. So this is for the Perkins, the Francis Perkins homestead, and I know that the committee was aware that there was $100,000 fiscal on this. The issue I did want to bring the committee is the committee technically voted ought to pass on this bill in the majority instead of ought to pass as amended. It does need to be an ought to pass as amended vote because it does have a fiscal note, and that fiscal note is $100,000. So I know committees deal with this, happens on occasion, and committees deal with it in different ways. Some committees like to revote. Some committees just give the analyst an oral okay. So it is up to you how you would like to do that, whether you would prefer a revote or if you would prefer to give the vote on the record to change it to an ought to pass as amended.
Hey, Sam, it was a divided report.
It was a divided report, correct.
We have to have the person that made the motion as ought to pass be the one that says that it would be okay to pass it as amended, or?
I think that I think it would be fine if all present were okay with that. That would be fine. It just coming from the chairs, I think is okay. But if the committee is more comfortable doing a quick revote, that's also fine. Seen it done both ways.
Well, Joe, Senator Rafferty, I'm good with the change. Don't necessarily, my vote wouldn't change if we had a revote.
Sam, can you give us the full screen so we can see each other?
Yes, sure.
I see Representative Stearns has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can speak for those in the minority that it would be fine to just give a thumbs up or tacit approval and move on with the amendment.
That's great. Thank you all. That's good. You need more than that, Sam?
Nope, I'm good. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anything else, folks? Listen, I think we're due back about at 1 o'clock. So, wow, I don't know what I'm going to do in an hour and a half. Probably attack some of these emails, apparently. But thank you. We'll see you soon. Remember to mute yourself and
Senator, how you doing? Okay. I gotta do the same.
Senator Rafferty, you have a good lunch?
I had one bite of a power bar and that was like 30 seconds ago.
Who eats lunch?
And
Yeah.
I was able to have a salad, but went for a walk too. My guy beside me enjoyed the walk, but now you can see he's more tired than I am.
Oh, what a beauty. What is his name? Hello, good doggy. What are you doing on the
That's
couch?
Caesar. Caesar, he is the leader of our house.
Oh, beautiful Caesar. Hello, wake up. Want to go for another walk?
Oh yeah, good. Get me in trouble there.
How old Caesar, Tim?
He's now 10. We got him. We went to, the reason he's called Caesar is we went to Italy. Sean was going to BC, and I said, this empty nest syndrome, why don't we get a dog? And I've probably regretted it ever since, but I love him, but he's a handful. He's a rescue, and he's used to being on his own, doing whatever he wants. So we're chasing him a lot.
Oh, that's good.
Funny. We got one right before Christmas. We got a puppy, and probably there's a lot of dogs out there named COVID this time of year. Who knows? Because I think that was a lot of people's answer for it,
Yes.
But our guy is Howard. He was born in October, so he's not very
Wow.
old. He's got they have similar features as I see Caesar, but lots of energy.
Oh,
Does he chew your shoes?
He does. He got after my wife's slipper the other day, and I'm like, aren't those like, those are those LL Bean ones? I'm like, oh yeah, you got to look at about a bill there anyway to replace that, but he's down in Rhode Island. Today will be my first night. I get down there. Hopefully I'm going to meet my granddaughter for the first time ever.
Wow. That's awesome,
That's
Joe.
so awesome.
I'm excited. She was born March 3rd, and I haven't met her yet just because of all the different things we've had. You know that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to head down there after our last trip up to the Civic Center and so forth. And it was just too many things that didn't line up, So
Yeah. Oh,
tonight's my
so-
night.
Oh, drive carefully. Oh, push
Oh, yeah.
that baby. Ooh.
Absolutely. So,
And I did want to tell you, Chairman Rafferty, that provided that the pronunciation of these names is given clearly when they are introduced, I'd be glad to offer the motions if that would be helpful, unless someone else wants to. But
I've actually had a couple of folks offer, and I appreciate that. But I think should he stay, I believe that we have Representative Brennan knows the first fella well, so he's going to do that. And if I can give you the rather long version of the second candidate, if you are interested in doing that, I have to, because I told Representative Brennan one thing, and I've been reinformed as during my lunch. So there's been so I have the enunciation. If you would like to, I can give you that name, and
I'd be glad to do that. I just didn't want you to be hung out to dry if nobody else had volunteered. So
no, we're good. But if you want to, her name is Valerie. Lori. Ilog. Minkala. M-I-N. Minkala. Tyong.
say the last word again.
Tyong.
Tyong. Okay.
I think it's just how it's spelled. Tyong. I can't remember.
Because I had it listed as Miss Valerie Ballou. Why did I have that wrong?
Well, during the nomination, if you wanted to make that, it has to be her very specific in terms of the legal name. Like,
okay,
mine couldn't be just Joe Rafferty. It would have to be Joseph Edward Rafferty Jr. So, all right.
So Ms. Valerie Lori Ilog Minkala Tayong of Presque Isle.
Absolutely. And I'll have Representative Brennan has,
Representative, I think Melissa has something to say.
It's a B, bylog,
Yeah, like B as in boy.
B as in boy.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm
okay.
sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bylog.
Valerie Lori Bylog Minkala Tayong.
Thank you.
we
And
have-
then I think you can just call her Miss Tayong, if that's easier, if anybody has questions. She's very nervous and wants to make sure that you can understand her. So,
She'll
you know.
be in front of the most comfortable committee in the legislature today.
I told her that.
And Representative Brennan has an attachment with Cossey, so he would like to do that today.
That's great. He's a great guy.
So, and Melissa, are you going to speak to both of them today?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
One thing that I would just mention now, and I won't have to do it during my testimony, is that I'll read the community college statute in the first round, and then if it pleases the committee, I'll skip that in the second, so we can move on with our. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
That would be great.
And Senator, in the past, because we did have so many confirmation, we kind of, and this was Representative Stern's insistence, we kind of skipped over some of the verbiage with this is a public hearing, you know, and kind of tried to condense that those first three paragraphs and then go to the motion and then recognize the governor's office. So you don't feel like you have to read that verbatim.
All right, Mike.
Well,
I've got
Representative
thank you.
Stearns has such a busy schedule. We wanted to shorten the script as best we could. So
if I kind of abbreviate that, then when would
That's
Ms.
right.
Lowe step?
yeah,
When would she step?
the important part is just pursuant to Title III, blah, 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 and then having Jan make the motion. And then after that, it just goes to recognizing Miss O'Neill Lowe to make her
Okay.
statement, and then the nominee makes their statement, and then you take public comment. And then we already have the motion that's on the floor.
So my motion will be sooner rather than later.
That is correct. It will be.
I'll introduce all of us first, and then we'll go through that
Right.
normal routine. And then we'll try to
when-
make our
when-
guests feel welcome.
Yeah, the senator will say pursuant to title blah, 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 purpose of making a motion. Committee member, for the purpose of making, he'll recognize you, Jan, for the purpose of making a motion. And then you move the joint standing committee, confirm, and then state the name. And then after that, we go to the governor's office for a comment.
So just due to the timing of today's thing for the both candidates, we're going to have Kasi go first. And
Okay.
just due to, he has some afternoon commitment. Okay. Folks, are we good? Let me see. Yeah, thank you all. Ready when you are, Sam.
We're good, Senator.
Thank you and good afternoon, folks. My name is Joe Rafferty and I am a senator in Senate District 34, which is down in York County. Just like to welcome you this afternoon as our committee in terms of education and cultural affairs is here today to meet and receive some recommendations for the legislature. It's a confirmational hearing. And prior to my introducing our committee, I just want to remind you folks that essentially the only folks that will have the ability to speak will be the committee members, folks that are testifying in support or testifying as to the nomination and confirmation. And also we'll hear eventually from the candidates themselves. So just wanted you to keep that in mind. It's not a typical situation where we're going to connect anyone for questions. So at this time, I'm going to ask that my committee members take a moment, if they would, please, to introduce themselves, starting with Representative Brennan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Representative Woodson? I'm sorry, Senator Woodson.
Senator Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Representative Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray.
I'm coming. Sorry, folks. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I represent House District 148. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you very much. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is in Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. And I apologize. I don't believe Sam this morning I remembered to introduce you. So Sam Baker is our guy behind the scenes and behind the mask. Thank you very much for your help today, sir. So I'd like to begin with our confirmation hearing, please, if I can. So please keep in mind, in terms of the live stream, folks, and the mic situation, I think I left mine a little live, maybe at lunchtime today. I'm not sure. In any case, pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Michael Brennan for the purpose of making such a motion.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend the confirmation of Mr. Kasi Gamda of Falmouth for appointment to the Maine Community College Board of Trustees.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe as a representative of the governor for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Kasi Gamda of Falmouth as a member of the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Maine Community College Board of Trustees can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A, Chapter 431, Section 12705. The board consists of 15 members appointed, 13 of whom are appointed by the governor. The commissioners of labor and education serve as ex officio members. Mr. Gamda of Falmouth is being nominated to seat number 9, which requires the nominee be from one of the fields of business and industry, labor, education, as well as being a member of the general public and state of Maine. Kasi is from the field of business and industry and has a breadth of knowledge in that area. He received a BS in Business Administration from the University of Mount Olive in North Carolina, as well as a Master's in Business Administration from Kaplan University. His professional experience has included positions with AutoZone, where he served as a part-time sales associate and working his way through holding the position of district manager in Georgia and North Carolina. Additionally, Kasi has worked for Dollar General Corporation and was the regional director of retail operations in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, where he managed multi-state portfolios for the company. Since 2016, he has been a member of Goodwill Northern New England's executive team as Senior Vice President of Retail Operations in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. As you can see, Kasi is no stranger to hard work. He is a member of the Greater Portland Immigrant Welcome Center Board of Directors, in which he serves on their governance committee, and was the chair of the Executive Director Search Committee. Kasi has firsthand experience with the importance of access to higher education for all Mainers, and in particular, new Mainers. His family has taken advantage of community college systems, and as you likely saw from his legislative staff questionnaire, his wife and son were both able to further their educations because of access to specific courses in their desired fields with minimal impact and debt after they graduated. He is a champion of workforce development and will bring that passion to this board. It is because of these reasons outlined above today that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Kasi Gumda of Falmouth, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have today.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Does any member of the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, then thank you very much. The chair would now like to recognize Mr. Gamda for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Chairman Rafferty and Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Good afternoon. My name is Kasi Gumda from Falmouth. I am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Maine Community College System's Board of Trustees. Allow me to start with an acknowledgement and a note of optimism. Over the past 12 months, people across Maine and in our communities have paid a steep price to this COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to express my sympathies to all who have been affected. Today, our state is carefully emerging from the grasps of this deadly virus. Through it all, Mainers have once again shown their resilience and adaptability. This same resilience and ability to adapt are exactly what position our state and its people to achieve our economic and community development strategic vision of being an international leader with a vibrant, sustainable, environmentally responsible economy and providing Mainers access to an unmatched quality of life and good paying jobs by 2030. For the past 5 years, I have served as the Senior Vice President of Retail Operations at Goodwill Northern New England, a Gorham-based nonprofit social enterprise whose mission is to help people achieve stability. In that role, it's my responsibility to design and implement a triple bottom line sustainability-focused strategy for our retail supply chain, logistics, e-commerce, and store operation workforce and team. Prior to Goodwill, I served for 2 decades in various leadership and operational roles with Dollar General and AutoZone, 2 of our nation's industry-leading for-profit retailers. I collaborated with cross-functional experts and guided strategies and operations across several states, including Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, and North Carolina. In addition to my professional work, I am currently serving on the board of directors of the Retail Association of Maine and the board of directors of the Greater Portland Immigrant Welcome Center, where I co-chair the Governor's Committee. As an immigrant, as a member of a minority group, as a non-traditional adult learner, as a father and a husband, I have experienced firsthand the challenges and the rewards of access to college education. For Mainers to achieve a quality of life that works for all, there must be a place in our economy for everyone who would like to participate. Should you vote favorably to confirm my nomination, it would be my honor and privilege to bring my blend of for-profit, nonprofit, community service, and personal lived experiences to work alongside fellow trustees to serve people and the state of Maine at a time when they need it most. I am humbled by Governor Mills' nomination, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gamda, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm going to ask that the committee has any questions for you at this time, sir. Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I do not have a question, but I wanted to say hello to Kashi. He came in front of the IDEA Committee last session for a nomination. I was proud to support that. And having a similar retail work history, I can think he will just do wonderful things with respect to connecting economic development and education at the community college system. And I was just, although I don't believe he lives in the part of Falmouth that's in my district, everything else is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, please. You may be muted, sir.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And Kasi, it's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Both Kasi and I served on the search committee for the Immigrant Welcoming Center in Portland. He did a great job. He was outstanding as chair. And what I'd like is if you could just talk a little bit more about the work that you do at Goodwill and how that will be helpful with the community college, and also the work that you've done with the Immigrant Welcoming Center, and also how that will help you as a member of the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brandon, and good to see you as well. To start with the work that I do at Goodwill, let me just give you an example, and then I'll talk in larger context about how that work might serve other folks in the state of Maine. During this most recent pandemic, we've actually been able to work with Central Maine Community College System to develop a COVID-19 retail safety readiness that we were then able to deploy to our staff to make sure that they were being safe and that they were keeping our customers safe as we try to find ways to serve our communities. On a broader spectrum, Goodwill North New England is at its core a workforce development organization. Our mission to help people achieve stability comes primarily through work. One of the things that we do, for example, is try to create jobs and support people through their careers using both internal and external resources that allow the whole person to develop into their best self. We have inside our organization people who are getting a job for the first time in their life. Maybe it's a high school student who's trying to have a part-time job and figure out how to build those social skills that they might need later on. Maybe it's someone who has worked and has retired and just want to work a couple of times a week to continue to contribute to society. We also have PhDs people who have advanced degrees that work in our neuro rehab facilities. So as you can see, we're very broad, and we serve a large group of workers. In terms of my work with the Immigrant Welcome Center, my own experience certainly serves as a guiding light. I moved to the United States in 1995 as a college student. And throughout the last 25 years, I have gotten to really understand what this country has to offer and what this country really means. So as we think about our new neighbors that are arriving from all over the world, the Greater Portland Immigrant Welcome Center has really been investing in a couple of areas. One of those areas is language learning and acquisition. Many of our new neighbors that are coming to the US do not speak English or speak a very limited amount of English. So the Immigrant Welcome Center has invested in what we call an iLab that allows you to learn the language, but also to become really proficient in a specific career field with that language. So it's not just learning about how to go down the road and order a hamburger, but it's about learning how to function as a nurse, for example, speaking the language that is needed in that field to be successful and to be able to serve those clients well. That's one example of the work that we're doing at the Immigrant Welcome Center to make sure that immigrants are able to fully participate and contribute to their communities across the state of Maine.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please, folks, of Mr. Gamda? Seeing none, sir, I just want to, again, congratulate you. This is an awesome opportunity for us to meet some great folks here. And I know that we're going to have some additional testimony, some of which we've received in writing, and some of which is going to be spoken today. So just as a reminder to folks coming in to speak, there'll be a slight delay in that transition period as you're invited in. Please, we would also ask that you, as you enter, please state your name, your community, and any organization that you might represent. Those persons that have signed up in advance, and we'll start with Mr. Curtis Picard. Good afternoon, Curtis.
There we go. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Curtis Picard, and I am President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I'm also a resident of Topsom. And I'm here today to submit testimony in support of Mr. Kasi Gameda's nomination to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Mr. Gameda is Senior Vice President of Retail Operations for Goodwill Northern New England, and he serves on the Retail Association of Maine Board of Directors. And while I'm doing this in my professional capacity, I could just as easily do this to support his nomination in my personal capacity as well. I've known Mr. Gameda now for a few years, and I've always been incredibly impressed with his knowledge and background, as you heard from Ms. O'Neill Lowe. He's an extremely experienced retail professional who is helping Goodwill modernize their retail operations to expand e-commerce and other curated collections. He frequently says you'd be surprised to learn of all the things that Goodwill does, and he's right. However, here's why I think Mr. Gameda will be an excellent addition to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. When we were recruiting him to join the Retail Association of Maine Board of Directors, we typically get asked how often the board meets and whether or not there's any financial commitment. Mr. Gameda instead peppered me with questions like, does the board have a strategic plan and would be willing to share it? What's the current composition and structure of the board, and what role does each member play? He asked for a description of formal board orientation, including bylaws, budget, organizational chart, and more. But most importantly, he asked, what would his addition bring to the board and organization? And you might think I would be shocked by the number of questions, but I was extremely pleased that someone cared enough to ask the questions that every prospective board member should be asking. I've been working in association and chamber management for close to 20 years, and I've earned my certified association executive credential. Throughout the classwork and exams I've taken for association management, they all emphasize that the questions that Mr. Gameta were asking were the right questions that anyone should be asking before joining a board of directors. So I have no doubt that Mr. Gameta has already asked for similar information from the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees, and that he will continue to ask the important questions and be a very positive addition to the board. CASI cares deeply about workforce development, environmental protection, and helping new Mainers and all Mainers succeed, and I'm very proud to help support his nomination. Thank you for giving me the time today to speak in support of CASI.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions, folks, of Mr. Picard? Sir, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today. And I'm sure that Mr. Gameta is also very excited that you're here. Thank you for doing that for him.
Have a great day.
You as well, sir. Next up will be Fillmore George.
Senator Fillmore George isn't with us right now. I'm going to try to reach out a second time and see if I can get a hold of him. But if you would like, we could jump to Rich Kantz, who is in the waiting room.
Thank you very much. We can do that. Good afternoon, Mr. Kantz.
Good afternoon. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, thank you. The trials and tribulations of technology. Thank you for the kind invitation to be here with you today. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and all the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As you know, my name is Rich Kantz, and I'm honored to provide testimony in support of Kasi Gameta's nomination to join the Board of Trustees to the Maine Community College System. I've had the pleasure of working with Kasi for nearly 5 years, beginning when he was hired as a Goodwill Northern New England Senior Vice President of Operations. From his early days at Goodwill, Kasi saw many opportunities to enhance our business operations. But more importantly, he understood our model of supporting those who come to us for assistance on their journey towards stability, and the role that employment plays all along that process. Contributing to his success here at Goodwill, and certainly as a member of any board, is Kasi's keen eye towards strategy, while understanding the need to create realistic and people-first operational plans. His data-driven decision-making is thorough, and again, takes into account our larger purpose, and that's serving. Kasi leads a team of nearly 1,050 employees with his head and his heart. And that balance has been critical to our ability to meet our ever-changing and ever-evolving needs to the communities we serve. Given what I know about the community college system's work, I'm confident that Kasi will bring a perspective and a focus to that board, and that will be incredibly valuable. As you may know, the Maine Community College System has been a long-standing partner and support structure for the work we do here at Goodwill, helping our neighbors receive the education and training needed to create stable lives and ultimately leading to sustainable employment. And although I'm not an expert regarding higher education and all the precise needs and dynamics of our community college systems, I am clear about the importance and value of accessible, high-quality education. I've carefully reviewed the position description of the roles and responsibilities of a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine Community College System. And after that review, it only increases my confidence that Kasi will serve this board and therefore our state in a meaningful and impactful manner. We're truly fortunate to have Kasi leading our retail efforts here at Goodwill, and I am so lucky to have him as a trusted colleague and our teammate. The Maine Community College System will also benefit in so many ways. In closing, I'd like to once again articulate my support for Kasi in this nomination. If I can certainly be of help or provide any additional assistance about Kasi in relation to this nomination, I can be reached at richard.kantz, that's C-A-N-T-Z, at goodwillnme.org. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Sir, we thank you very much. Any questions, please, folks, at this time of Mr. Kantz? Thank you very much for being here today, sir. We appreciate your
Senator.
testimony and your support.
Thank you, Senator. My best to you, the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, did we get Fillmore George back or not?
All right, Senator, I think we might be able to get Fillmore. He was having a little bit of technical trouble with his computer, but I resent the link and he's trying to restart it.
We'll allow that. Mr. Gameda, this is not to keep you on the hot seat. This is, it wasn't planned this way.
That's perfectly fine. The joys and pleasures of technology these days, and the new world that we're all trying to function in, compared to what we've been through in the past 12 months, I think this is a piece of cake.
You're right there. Thank you.
It's a good perspective for sure.
It is. There's nothing to ground you like, trying to figure out how you bring 1,100 employees back to work safely and making sure that they have the job that they so rely on to take care of their families and take care of themselves as well.
Absolutely.
If I may, while we're waiting, the thing that may keep me in the hot seat though is some memories back from my time with Mr. Fillmore George. He was actually my coach in college, and I remember those 5 o'clock in the morning practice and drills, and so I'm excited about the fact that he cared enough to be here today. But this gives me something that I can get him back on for all of those endless laps that he made us run.
We do enjoy doing that as coaches, I have to say.
And I think I passed that on to my players as well. I know we didn't discuss that or talk about it, but I've coached for quite some time, and always stress physical fitness as one of the primers for being able to perform and be safe and be able to make it through the season safely. So I did take a few things from Coach Fillmore, although I don't necessarily admit that to him.
Well, we'll hope that he's silenced at this point. He wouldn't hear that.
Well, he's out in Georgia. It'll take a while for him to catch up with me. So.
Sam's gone, so I'm sure he's trying to help him as best he can. He'll get here.
Kasi, was he your coach at Mount Olive, or?
He was my coach at Mount Olive.
And I missed it earlier. What sport?
Soccer.
Soccer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was interesting because I talked about being an adult learner. I was the oldest player on the team, and the one that also had a family, and the one that also had a full-time job, and the one that also had to drive the team van to games.
Yeah.
So lots of responsibilities besides just playing there.
Hey, Senator, I have good news. We got Fillmore. I'll let him in if you'd like me to.
We are excited to meet him. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Fillmore George. I was the soccer coach at Mount Olive College, of which a story I'll tell you about Kosi. When I first met him, I was he came down the corridor and he was about to have a conversation with the tennis coach about possibly joining their team. So he came down earlier prior. I introduced myself. He sat down and he talked. At the time, he was saying he was just going to meet the tennis coach and see if he could possibly make the team to possibly help him with his opportunity of playing for the team and representing Mount Olive and possibly getting some funds. So we met. He seemed a okay individual and had what he seemed a focused mind about what he wanted to do. After the conversation they had, it didn't seem it went too well, and I proceeded to tell him that if he came out and possibly tried out with the soccer team, and on the next day that we could possibly see if I could help him in any way. He came the next day. He made a big impact. He was talented also at soccer as well. And I said to him, well, I can't offer you much funds, but whatever I've got, I will give you. What was about 2,000. And at that time, he said to me, well, the only challenge is I also have a full-time job, and also I have 2 young kids, and I've got certain other commitments. Long story short, he used to come to prep. He used to get up. He used to get up at 4 in the morning. He used to do his schoolwork. Then he used to go to school. Right after school, he used to practice from 4 till 5:30. He left practice early because it was 4 to 6. From 5:30, he went straight to his full-time job, what was from 6 till close, and that was at 12 o'clock. And he would get home and proceeded to do that schedule throughout school. Meanwhile, he also was a mentor to the players, girls and boys program, driving the vehicle, obviously to away trips. So he was a person who I really thought and had a lot of respect and really helped to provide and showcase and have vision and leadership for the younger players and the program. Is there any questions you lot may have for me to assist with?
Thank you, sir. That was some excellent information for us. I do have a hand up from one of our members, and that's Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Coach, I want to thank you for being here today, primarily because this committee is pretty heavy on American football. And I coached soccer for 19 years, and it is a pleasure to hear from you folks today.
I think it's just rewarding to know that athletics is a good opportunity where that you can relate athletics to life, and the what athletics and the various learning opportunities what arise in athletics. You can bestow that and help young students to be and grow as people as well. So although it's challenging, it's still rewarding.
Thank you. Representative McCray, please.
Yes, been rather silent, and I just have to throw something out there. Coach George, thank you for being our most distant contributor today. But I was wondering if you knew Mr. Gamida well enough to know what he did in his spare time while he was with you.
Well, very much so. He also likes to work with cars. He also likes to work with cars. Obviously, he worked at AutoZone, and he also worked on my car when I had a lot of issues as well. And then I think obviously his very short spare time, he was also a young father. So the time when he did have was to try and balance that time with his family also. So I think the very limited time he had at that time, apart from with the school, obviously with the soccer program, is relatively work and obviously spending time with his family.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, please, of Mr. George at this time? Seeing and hearing none, folks, we're going to say that all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs of Mr. Gameda is for his appointment to the Community College System of Board of Trustees is closed. So hearing, is there a lockdown going on somewhere?
Yes, there's a lockdown at my school, so that's that's what you heard.
Perfect timing there, isn't it?
That's right. Timely.
In education, you have to adjust.
That's right.
The Education Committee will do the same. So again, thank you.
All right.
So folks, in accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on the nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any of person objects to the proceeding to take the vote immediately. If there are no objections. Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Kasi Gameda to the appointment on the Board of Trustees of the Maine Community College System be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of the nomination. A vote of no will be against the nomination. And is the committee ready for the question? And I will ask, please, that our clerk, Mr. Baker, if you would call the roll for us, please, Sam.
Okay, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. So, Senator, it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor.
Well, thank you very much. And it is my pleasure to congratulate the nomination and appointment to Mr. Kasi Gameda to the Maine excuse me, Community College System on the Board of Trustees. Sir, it's great to meet you, to hear a lot about you. This is fantastic stuff. And I do have a hand up from Mr. Roach.
Yes,
Representative?
if you don't mind, I want to congratulate him too. And I want to say, as he listed off his college, his coach talked about his college career. I can't help but think of the opposite of my college career. Woke up at 10, strolled to the cafeteria, maybe made it to class, maybe didn't. Finally made it to practice at one point.
Well, thank you. If it makes you feel any better, I think that's what my one of my sons pretty much did through his college career. Probably woke up at 11, went to class at 1, and then went back to sleep or ate his time through the 4 years that he was there.
Well, sir, thank you very much. Good luck to you moving forward. I'm sure our paths will cross eventually, and we'll hear some great things of you.
My
Take care.
pleasure. Thank you all
Mr.
very much.
George, good luck.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I am going to like to open a public hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of lost on my page. Yeah. Valerie Laurie Ilog Mancala Tyone to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, the committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee and present here and voting. As chairs of the committee, we'll send written notice of this nomination and recommendation to the President of the Senate. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair would like to recognize Representative Dodge for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Valerie Laurie Bilog Minkala Tyong of Presque Isle for the appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees.
Thank you. And the chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe as representative of the governor for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Valerie Laurie Bilog Minkala Tyong of Presque Isle as a member of the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Maine's Community College Board of Trustees can be found, as I mentioned before, in MRSA Title 20A, Chapter 431, Section 12705. The board consists of 15 members appointed, 13 of whom are appointed by the governor. The commissioners of labor and education serve as ex officio members. Ms. Tyong of Presque Isle is being nominated to seat number 13, which requires the nominee be from the student body of one of the community college campuses and a permanent resident of the state. She attends Northern Maine Community College, where she is pursuing a degree in computer and networking technology. Ms. Tyong also received a certificate of completion for the Certified Coding Associate Medical Billing and Coding Program. Prior to this, Ms. Tyong was an information technology technician at the CCA Finance Credit Union in Cameroon from 2009 to 2010. She's worked as an information technology instructor and assistant technician at the Government Technical High School in Cameroon. She, if appointed to the Board of Trustees, brings immense knowledge of Maine's community college system, as well as her experiences and relationships within that system. I've had the opportunity to speak with Valerie and know that she is excited at the thought of the opportunity to become an ambassador for mothers. She's a mother of 4, ranging in ages from 13 years old to 1-year-old children. And for new Mainers looking to attend college, as well as bringing a voice to the table to help address cultural diversity in higher educational institutions throughout Maine, and in particular to the Maine Community College system. Valerie's dedication to her family, to her children, and to her education are most evident and so very impressive. It is because of these reasons outlined today that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Valerie Lori Bilog Mancala Tyong of Presque Isle to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those at this time. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to welcome Ms. Tyong in order for her to make a statement. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, honorable member of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Valerie Laure Bilog Minkala. I am enrolled in the Computer Networking Technology at Northern Maine Community College. My husband is also currently enrolled as a nursing student. Before I moved to the United States in September 2018 to join my husband, I was living in Cameroon, a French-speaking country in Central Africa. It is a great privilege and honor for me to be among very respectable dignitaries of the state of Maine. Being here today to discuss with you my nomination as a student representative to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees is an humbling experience. Upon moving to the United States, I was amazed at how the Northern Maine community welcomed my family and me. I still remember that day vividly, like it happened yesterday. People I have never met showed my family love and helped us integrate into the community. The church did a lot for us. This sweet lady came to my house with a little bag containing all the coinage of the US currency. She said, "You must know how to use her currency." She then took time to teach me. Given the fact that French is my first language, my English at that time was very poor. Our new neighbors wanted my family and me to completely integrate into the community. So they connected me with agencies which taught English as a second language. Although my English skills are still developing, I'm no longer ashamed of my English. I had a beautiful welcoming experience upon my arrival in Maine, and I feel that it is time for me to give back. To work toward providing a better life for my family and becoming more a part of the community, I registered for college classes at Northern Maine Community College. Once again, I received an incredible welcome along with support from the faculty and administration. I encountered some difficulties adapting to this new academic experience and almost gave up. Notwithstanding the aid and support from Northern Maine Community College gave me the impetus to move on. Through Northern Maine Community College, I received exceptional professional training that will help me integrate into my chosen professional field, providing the assurance of my skill to potential employers. My family and I have the desire to provide service to others in the community, whether through our employers, church affiliation, or community organizations. Being nominated as a student representative to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees is an exceptional honor for me, my family, and Northern Maine Community College. As a student representative, I'm committed to represent and encourage parents who wish to resume their education that can guarantee a better future for them and their families. I will represent each foreign student wishing to acquire excellent training at one of the colleges in the Maine Community College system. I will represent traditional age students aspiring for a promising professional career through quality education at a welcoming, safe, and secure campus. I usually represent students who might go through difficult time and feel like giving up the education and in so doing jeopardize their career. Hopefully, my story can encourage them to be persistent. The hope for the future is education. The hope for the future is Maine Community College system. Together, we can make it happen. It will be my privilege to thank my adopted state through service on the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Ms. Dayong, thank you very much. That was awesome. And I do see some hands up. First up is Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Dayong. I'm David McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I'm sure you've heard of that town. We are neighbors. I hope our winter didn't scare you away. And we really hope that you and your family will stay around. We certainly can use good people, and you seem to fit the bill very well. Congratulations on your nomination, and the best of luck in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Dayong, for your presentation. That was very well done. And I have to say, after listening to you and Mr. Gameda, the Maine Community College system really has received some just outstanding nominations. And I'm so impressed with your presentation and your resume and the things that you've accomplished. I'm very, very impressed. And I wish you the best of luck. And I can't wait to work with you more as you progress along. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dayong, for being here this afternoon. And I want to offer a special thank you for your wish to give back to your community. That's very wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Representative Salisbury, did you have another question? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just so excited. I forgot to lower my hand. I'm sorry.
Oh, it is exciting to meet these folks because they bring so much with them, and they're going to be, it's just going to be great for our state and our education system. It's going to be awesome. And I did hear you, Ms. Dayong, mention a little bit something. At one time you felt ashamed, but never be ashamed. You've done a great job here today. You've been a real credit to yourself as well as your family. And as one of my colleagues mentioned moments ago, giving back will be it's a great tribute to who you are, what you are, and it's a very rewarding life when you do those types of things. Representative Crockett, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Valerie, I want to tell you your English is awesome.
Thank you so much.
Job. And you obviously know how to take advantage of the new technology, because I want to give a call out to those wonderful silent supporters left. That's great to see on a Zoom call.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Representative Stearns, please.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that we have a great connection with the country of Cameroon. My wife and I attended a soccer match in 1984 at Harvard Stadium between Cameroon and Canada, and we immediately adopted Cameroon as our team of the day. However, the officials were biased in favor of Canada, and we had a tough outing, but we have that in common.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? And Sam, to the best of my knowledge, there was no public comment requested.
Correct. There were no signups, Senator.
Thank you, sir. So Having heard from the candidate and all questions have been asked and answered, I would like to call the hearing, and eventually we will, hopefully, we'll make a recommendation as to the nomination being moved forward to the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III of MSRA Section 157 and the joint rules. We will need to close the meeting in order to have a vote. And so at this time, I will call the hearing relative to Ms. Tyong's nomination to a close. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, is there anyone that would be opposed to us moving forward with the vote at this time? Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Valerie Laurie Bilog Minkala Tyong for the of Presque Isle for the appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with the Section 3 MRSA, Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The yeas will mean you are in the affirmative, supporting the nomination. Anyone that votes no, obviously, is against the nomination. And is the committee ready to move the question? Thank you. Seeing the response in the affirmative. Excuse me. I'm going to ask that the nomination of Ms. Tyong move forward and ask that our able clerk, if you would please do the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
I'm going to say both yay and we.
Representative Crockett votes yay and we. Representative Salisbury?
I can't compete with that. Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
I apologize. My dog is going to vote yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach? Oh, Representative Roach, you might be muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator, it is unanimous of those present and voting in the affirmative.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Valerie. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great
Thank
job. Yes. We wish you the best moving forward, and I'm sure we're going to hear more from you and of you. So good luck to
Thank
you. You take
Thank
care.
you.
Have a great
Thank you,
great-
Senator. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Bye.
So folks, again, thank you very much. That was a great afternoon. Nice to meet that kind of talent and those folks that are coming to work in a system that we're going to have a lot of ties with over the years, I'm sure. So thank you for all you've done. Ms. Lowe, thank you for being here. And for the folks
Thank you for having us. Thank you for your support of these two nominees. Have a great weekend.
You as well.
Thank you. I'll be seeing you soon.
Yes, and committee members, just a reminder, we'll see you folks on Monday morning. I'm hoping to see some of you following this meeting, if we can maybe get a 5-minute quick break. And we'll be right back. Sam, thanks for everything you did for us today. Did a great job.
My pleasure, Senator. Thank you.
Thanks,
care.
guys. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.